Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sunday session here at the Orange Pool. We're almost ready to go for event 96, the boys 13-year-old 14 400 metre IM. And up we get here is heat 1. Now it looks as if we're going straight into heat. My screen here, we've got different names coming up, but heat 1 is underway here with Hamish Evans, James Hay, Austin Bartlett, Scott Robertson and Kynan Power. And leading through that first 25 is Kynan Power. The 4 AM is always a tough event. And so it looks like Kynan Power here still at this stage leading through the butterfly leg. So coming down that 75 metre mark. Sitting in second currently would be Scott Robinson from King's Swimming Club as well. We know how important the backstroke is here about keeping the arms nice and relaxed, but also light legs. So you can save those legs for that breaststroke leg here. They're good underwater there as well from Austin Bartlett in lane 4. To move into the backstroke lead now, but Kynan Power has led this one so far, and it's probably increasing his lead slightly now in this backstroke. It's really important here, short course, use those free walls, gliding off the wall, a couple of dolphin kicks up into that backstroke. Use the arms, saving the legs for that breaststroke leg. We'll see what Kynan touches in here at the 150 mark. Turning at 151. Followed by Austin Bartlett, so he has moved into second now in a 155.0. So about a 4-second lead now for Kynan, so it's a handy little buffer he's got at this stage. Making a bit of a move out wide, though, is also Hamish Evans out there from MLC. He's having a good backstroke leg as well. And Kynan's now coming into the wall here for this breaststroke leg, the all-important breaststroke. He's turned there in a 232.4. So it's about a 3-second lead over Austin Bartlett and Hamish Evans, who turn in 235 and 236. So the breaststroke leg is where you can really make up some ground here, or in fact increase that lead here. And you can see in the middle of the pool, Austin Bartlett and also out wide, Hamish Evans having really strong breaststroke legs now. They're catching, if not gaining ground on Kynan Power, and they may touch in front at the end of this 100 mark of this breaststroke. And so this is going to be pretty even between these three here at the 250 mark as we're coming down to the wall now. And I think in front now will be Hamish Evans from MLC leading through. He's had a really strong first 50 this pressure. You can see he's gliding on that stroke, finishing on the full stroke too, which is really good to see. So Kynan Power is probably back in third. Austin Bartlett up into second place now. Hamish Evans looking really strong on this breaststroke now, really increasing his lead. It's out to about a body length and a half lead now over Austin Bartlett and then Kynan Power. And here we're coming down now into this freestyle. Let's see how much of a lead he's got now. It's a big lead now. It's about 3 or 4 body lengths, in fact. Finish on that full stroke again, really good to see. So he's turning a 4:03.7. There you go, it's about a 5-second lead over Austin Bartlett. So he's put some serious distance on these other boys. Not sure they're going to have enough room to reel him in here in this freestyle leg. So it's a great breaststroke leg there from Hamish Evans. Continues with that 5-second buffer here, Hamish, and Kynan Power in third. Scott Robinson there in fourth, followed by James Hay. So Hamish Evans is going to take out heat one pretty comfortably here. He's going to post a pretty quick time. He was entered with 5:35, and he looks like he's going to go well under that time here this morning. As he's coming down the last 10 metres now. Let's see what time he does post. This could be about a 20-second PB here. 5:17, there you go, 18 seconds off his entry time there. He's absolutely smashed that. Yeah, Austin Bartlett in second. He's also gone 5:22, which is also quicker. And same with Kynan Power. So all three of those boys have absolutely smashed it. And same with Scott Robinson. He's taken off time too. And in coming to the wall now is James Hay. So well swum there, boys, in that first heat. Let's move on now to heat two. So we do have a full heat in this next one. Heat 2 of 3 coming up now. All right, we're underway here for heat 2. So we do have a few guys not swimming this one. It's understandable considering the jam-packed last 2 days a lot of these athletes have had, racing multiple events each day and possibly finals and relays. So a 4 a.m. on the third and final day is always a tough one to do. So it looks like Peter Behrens is going to lead us through this first 50 here. We'll see what time he's touching in. Out at 31.1, followed by Williams, Bottrell, James. And then over there, Eli Jones. So it does look like Peter Behrens has increased his lead slightly here, followed by out wide here in late 8, William Bottarelli. Coming down the butterfly, into the butterfly here. Let's see what time he touches in. Touch to that full stroke, probably a bit long on the glide. He's touching at 107, so he's out relatively quick, followed by Eli Jones and Williams Bottarelli James in 109s. So he's got about a 2-second lead now. It's really important now. It's about those light legs in this backstroke. Setting yourself up for that all-important breaststroke part of this IM. Not working yourself too hard too early, but also getting out nice and fast. All right, Peter Behrens coming down to the 150 mark here now, and it looks like that lead has increased here, so he's putting a bit of distance on these guys. William Bottarelli's probably dropped off the pace a little bit, and Eli Jones is comfortably into second place now. He's about 5 seconds off Peter Behrens. And Darcy Stewart out wide there from Surrey Pole, also making a bit of a move. And in the middle of the pool now, it looks like that Tom Urquhart might be moving through too here in this backstroke. He's had a really strong backstroke leg, but Peter Behrens is increasing his lead here in each stroke in this backstroke. Setting himself up nicely now for this butterfly, this breaststroke leg, I should say. So we'll see what time he's touching in. He's touching in 2:23. So it's about an 8-second lead over Eli Jones, who's in second. And Bottarelli, James, and Darcy Stewart in third and fourth in 2:35. So they've got about 12 seconds they're going to try and work to reel in Peter Behrens, which is going to be tough work. You see he's doing really slight arms and really focusing on his legs here, Peter Behrens. Just good relaxed arms, strong legs, and the kick here. So turns it at 3:06. And Eli Jones is second there in 3:13, so he's about 7 seconds off here. And while this is Peter Behrens' race to lose from here, everyone, he's well out in front. Eli Jones in second. I'd say Darcy Stewart out wide there in lane 9's in third. And Tom Urquhart making a bit of a move as well. So it's a tight battle for third between Darcy, William and Tom. And Peter Berrien's now coming down to the final 100 here in this freestyle leg. Finished on that full stroke, which is good to see. Good streamline into that breakout. And finishing strongly, William Bonarelli and Tom Urquhart are chasing each other down here. Darcy Stewart for third place. And Peter Berrien's now looking like he's got 50 to go here. He's increased that lead. He's maintained his rate. He's now on that final 50 here. And you can see the finish line is within distance now. Eli Jones in second. All right, here we're coming down to the final 25 here now. And third place is a really tight battle there between Darcy, Tom, and William. And coming down the wall now. Let's see what time he goes here. He has absolutely smashed that in 5:02.38. He was into this morning at 5:16, so he's taken off 14 seconds there. Eli Jones is second at the 5:07.53. He's also taken off about 11 seconds, which is awesome swim by him. And the battle for third, it looks like Darcy Stewart takes it out there in a 5:16. He's also taken off 12 seconds, so it looks like Peter Berrien's has dragged these other boys out. They've all absolutely smashed their times there, which is great to see. So well swum there, boys, in heat 2. So move on down to the third and final heat here of the boys 13, 14, 400 metre IM. So it's been a fast first 2 heats. It'll be interesting to see how fast this third heat can go to try and make the final now. So looks like we've got no Nikolai there in lane 6, but a full heat regardless of that one. But leads with that first 25, looks like will be Eric He. And a really good underwater there off that wall. A great breakout there. So he's attacking this first 50. His coach has obviously told him wants to go out hard in the butterfly. I know George Huang's a very good backstroker, so he's probably the one to watch in the backstroke leg with really good underwaters. Hamish Robson's also known for his skills off the walls as well. You can see he's moving through now too. So these three are taking it out to each other here. So still will be Eric He, followed by George and Hamish. And we're coming down now to the backstroke leg. So it will be Eric He leading through his first 100. Let's see the time he turns in. 1:02. The other two boys there, Hamish in second at 1:02.9, followed by George Huang. And then Toby Callaghan out there in lane 1. So the backstroke leg here now, and Hamish Robson's making a little bit of a move now, coming up alongside Eric He. You can see it's really important these underwaters here. Eric He maintaining that lead though. He's looking nice and relaxed. And it looks like George Huang's probably moved alongside Hamish in for second place here, but Eric He continues to maintain that lead at this point. And a really good turn there from George Huang as he's trying to catch up to Eric He before this breaststroke leg. But these three boys are pretty much even across the field. The rest of the field got a lot of work to do to catch up to these three right now. As we're coming down to the halfway point here, and it might be Eric He just or George Huang. It's hard to say who's in front here as we're coming down. There'll be a touch here as we're coming to the breaststroke. So it is Hamish Robson by the look of it there, and a 2:17.7. Eric He's time hasn't come up on the board, but the three are very even now into this breaststroke leg. It's really important now these boys really bring the legs in here, try to attack this breaststroke leg. Strong split strokes. I know it's hard to hold that breath under that water. But it is free speed off the wall. And George Huang looks like he's having a strong first 50 this breaststroke here. Out to about a half a body length lead. And it is about a second lead over here of the other boys. It's about a 4-second lead over Eric Key now, so he has increased his lead by a long way. It's just been a really strong breaststroke leg from George Huang. Here we go, so he's got the final 25 of this breaststroke before we move into that freestyle. So Eric Key's just fallen off the pace a little bit in this breaststroke leg here. It's been the battle on for fourth at this stage, but the eyes are in the middle of the pool here. A bit long with that touch there from George, but he has got about a second lead over Hamish Robson, followed by Eric Key there. He has about 4 seconds off the pace, so it looks like it's a battle between these two. And so George Huang is moving through now. He's maintained that lead over Hamish Robson. Hamish Robson is gaining slightly on him though. So this is going to be an interesting last 50 between these two boys. Can Hamish reel him in here? What can Eric Key do there back in third place? There's a battle on for fourth between Harry Heath, Toby Callahan, Jack Moran and Thawan Prahom. And it looks like George Huang is going to hang on and win this one here. Let's see what time he touches in here. 4:43. So he's done a 4-second PB there for Hamish Robson at 4:44, who's also taken off 13 seconds. And Eric Key at 4:50. He's taken off 3 seconds. So these boys have done some really quick swims again this morning in that heat. It's great to see fast heat swimming. And in fourth place there, Jack Moran at 5:01. He's also taken off a second there. And in fifth, we've got Harry Heath, followed by Toby Callahan. So once again, a third and fast final heat there. As we move on now to event 99, the boys 17-18 100-metre butterfly. And so we have 5 heats of this one. This is heat 1 of 5 getting underway right now. We're gonna looks like it's a great start in the middle of the pool there from Jason Llewellyn in lane 5. Got out up nice and strong, but also there in lane 3, it might be Alex Bazile also starting strongly there. Yeah, it's going to be pretty tight coming down this first 50. I think it will be Bazile leading us through. No, it's Toby McCormish in a 26.2 by the look of it. Not sure the touchpads are. Saw that first fingers on the wall there, but moving through now is Haruki Nakanashi as well. And we're coming down the wall now, and Haruki Nakanashi is finishing very strongly here. I think he might get him on the wall here. Or will it be Bazile? No, it will be Bazile at a 54.6, followed by Haruki Nakanashi, then Toby McCormish. 54.63 takes out heat 1. So moving on to heat 2 now. And heat 2's underway here. And a really good start there from Evan Chi in lane 4. Great underwater. Also lane 3 there, Cameron McLeod having a good start there. Leading through there is Evan Chi in a 25.8 here. And Evan Chee's going to take this heat out very comfortably here as we're coming down the wall. Let's set the time. His time hasn't come up there, but it was about, there you go, 53.8. So really quick swim there. Followed by Hamish Bowden at 55.3 and Cameron McLeod in third at 56.75. So a little bit quicker than heat one there. Move on to heat 3 of 5 now. All right, and heat 3 is underway here. Looks like we've got a packed house, a full heat here. Good start in the middle of the pool there from Riley Mitchell and also Callum Halloran. Those two are leaders to that first 25, and it was really good underwater there from Halloran there in lane 5. And we're coming down this wall. Let's see what these boys touching in here. Very even between the two. Both out there in about a 25.6. Sitting in thirds, probably William, followed by Blake Crichton in lane 3 as well. Oh, really good underwater again from Callum there, next to Riley, but I think Riley might be getting him on the touches. We're coming down this wall. Oh, it's tight. No, it will be Callum Halloran Lavelle there at a 55.5, followed by Riley Mitchell, just .001 separating those two. Blake Crichton in third and a 57.3. So looks like about a 55 high, 56 is going to get you into that final here. It's been a fast couple of heats. All right, we move on down to heat 4. And heat 4 is underway now. And pretty even across the field there between Angus, Callan and Nicholas in the middle of the pool there between lanes 5, 6 and 7. It might be Angus McLaren leading us through here, coming down the wall of the first 50, although in lane 3 there, Patrick Foster from Swimland. And the 28.2 there is Angus McLaren leading us through, followed by Patrick Foster. And then Nathan Patterson over there in lane 2 as well. So really even across the field. It's hard to sort of pick who's going to win this one from this heat so far. And a good underwater and break it there from Angus. And we're coming down the wall now. It's pretty tight between these 4 boys. And we'll see on the touch. It is Angus McLaren there in a 101.1, followed by Nathan Patterson. Then Nicholas Kandakis there in a 101.6. So a very even 4th heat there between those boys. First to third in a between 101.1 and 101.6. So just 0.5 separating first to third. And we should have one more heat up here ready to go. But unfortunately, it's just, by the look of it, Flynn Mackay here by himself. And the 2 boys have decided not to swim this one. Flynn Mackay coming down now into his 75-metre mark. Always hard to swim a race by yourself, but he's just got to stick to his guns and know what he does best, and that's attack the walls, keep the breathing patterns right, keep the hips up nice and high as he's coming down the wall now. Let's set a timing post here. It's going to be a quick swim too. 101.7, so he's smashed his time there, ended with a 101.36, so he's taken off 2 seconds there. So it's a great swim considering he's swimming it by himself, so well swum there, Flynn. As we move on now to event 101, the boys' 16-year-old 200-metre freestyle. And we have 4 heats of this one. It looks like we have no Cameron Ricchini there in lane 5. Eyes will be on the middle of the pool, though, you think, between Daniel Shulcock and Liam Malloy. Coming down his first 50 here. It looks like it will be Shulcock and Liam Malloy leading us through the touch here. Hard to pick the two. In fact, they're pretty much dead even there at a 26.1. Third place is Lachlan Elgin there at a 27.2. So they're about a second off these two boys who are leading the pack out at the moment. Very tight across the field between third to about 8th here. And Malloy might have just produced a slight lead here as we're coming down the halfway point. He said stroke, he's looking nice and long and relaxed. Still attacking it here. And he turns here at a 55. Oh, yeah, he's out to about half a second lead now. So he turned that 50 in about a 28 high or a 29. So these two boys have definitely increased their lead now. It's between these two here. So we're coming down to the 150 mark. Now they were entered with around a 154 and 158. So it's going to be interesting how hard they do go this morning after a big program so far. You see his lead is about a second and a half now. There was a really strong third 50 from Liam Malloy. He attacked that third 50. He's maintained about that 29 per 50 here in the second and third. And he's on the final lap here. Let's see what he's got left. He's coming down here. We see the time. 153.6. It's a fast swim from Liam Malloy. In second there is Daniel Shulcock at 157, followed by Lachlan Elgin at 159 and Justin Zhu. So a pretty tight first heat there. A lot of guys under that 2-minute mark, which is great to see. We always like to see guys breaking the magical 2-minute barrier for all their 200 free. Not only breaking it, but well under it too there, some guys. So really fast first heat. We move on down to heat 2. Heat to the water here, so it looks like Spencer Robarts has decided not to swim this one in lane 2. Looks like eyes will be in the middle of the pool so far. Looks like Josh Wilkinson and probably Harvey Lark, though, taking out this first 50. Harvey Lark looks like he's attacking it. Alongside him, though, William Allen also going quite well, and Byron Ward, sorry. As you see the touch here, it is Harvey Lark out at 26.5, so about the same time that the previous heat were going out, 26 lows. We're coming down the 100-metre mark here, and it's pretty even between these two boys, between Harvey and William. And we're coming down here to the 125-metre mark, and it's still very even between these two boys. Harvey Lark has led this one from start to finish, though. He's got about a half a body length lead, though, over William Allen, but William Allen's not going away. In third place is Connor Hayes there. And so he's about 2 seconds off these two who are leading the pack through by about half a second. So Harvey Lark still maintains a half a second lead. Coming down this last 25 now. And Harvey Lark is accelerating away here as he's coming down the wall here on this final lap. Let's see what the time he goes. Probably a little bit slower than Heat 1, but 156 by the look of it was what I had on the board there. As it come up to William Allen there, In 159. Connor Hayes actually going on the touch there, was it? Connor Hayes in third to 159.7. So Harvey Lark's time hasn't come up there, but it looked to me like it was about a 156 high. As we move now on to heat 3 of 5. Here's heat 3 now. So leading through here, this first 25, looks like it is, well, it's very even, but James Luana, probably followed by Samuel Vaccaro as we come down the wall. It will be Tommy Lane by the look of it. So sorry, Tommy Lane it was. Got the lanes mixed up there. Tommy Lane leading through that first 50 though. And out there in lane 2, Keeper Lambert's coming through as well. He's looking pretty strong here as we're coming down this 100 metre mark. Dan Chippeterees, he's probably put himself up into about 4th, followed by Josh Carnes as well from Another Warnings, having a good first 100. So it is Tommy Lane leading through this first 100 now. He's trying to accelerate and bring the legs in really hard in this third 50 now. Cooper Lambert's probably still in second place though at this stage. And Daniel Chippeterees is pulling up alongside these boys now. He's coming through strongly in this third 50. Tommy Lane's still maintaining about that half a length body lead though. So it is Josh Carnes in second, followed by Daniel Chippeterees and then Cooper Lambert. But Tommy Lane still holding about half a second body lead over these boys here. As we're coming down to the final 25, it looks like Daniel Chippeterees is up into second place here. He's gaining on Tommy, but I think Tommy Lane's going to hang on and take this heat out. Let's see the time that he goes here. It's going to be a fast one too. There you go, 155.00, followed by 156.1 by Daniel Chippeterees. Cooper Lambert in third there in a 158. Sorry, Josh Carnes in a 157.1, followed by Cooper Lambert in a 158.0. So once again, another fast heat from those boys. We're looking at about a 155, 156 is going to make that final 157. So well under that 2-minute mark. And our final heat here is underway, heat 4 of 4. Just ZU Song and Ned Wilson swimming this one. So be a battle between these two boys. They'll be able to eye each other off here, bit of clean water around them. It's really important in this 200 freestyle that you attack that first 50. Give yourself every chance to actually swim fast enough. So it looks like Ned Wilson's got a bit of a lead on him, probably about half a body length. But ZU Song is catching up to me as we're coming down the 100 metre mark, and the crowd's going to turn dead even actually. And they do just 0.09 separated the two of these boys, and ZU Song had a really good turn there. Broke out really well off that turn. It's pretty much neck and neck between the two lads though. It's hard to pick who's going to take this one out. They're almost turning in sync with each other here. Bit of cat and mouse almost. And we're coming down here to the final 50 here. So ZU Song had a really good third 50 there. He's got about half a second body length lead here. It's 132.9 versus 133.5. So What can Ned Wilson do in this last 25 metres? Can he reel him in? Oh, it's a really good turn there from ZU Song. A really good underwater. 3 or 4 kicks. He's coming down the wall now. Let's see the time. It's 2:04.5, so he's taken off 2 seconds. And Ned Wilson's gone pretty much on bang on his time. So well swum there, boys. As now we move on to event 103 here, the boys' 15-year-old 200-metre freestyle. And so heat 1 here is underway. And we're coming down the end of the wall here at this first 50. Looks like it's going to be Oscar Kreutzberger. And also Ethan Ravensdale leading us through there at 27.25. And Jack Gibson, there at 27.44 in second place at station. A pretty tight first 50 between these boys. Got to make sure they're attacking it nice and hard here. And Kreutzberger had a really good third 25 there. He's pulling up alongside Ethan Ravensdale now. So it looks like these two are going to be pretty much dead even here at the 100-metre mark. And third and fourth is probably Felix and Jack Gibson there in lanes 3 and 2. So turning into 57.3 there was Oscar Kreutzberger. So he has taken the lead by about 0.2 of a second now. Still very tight between these two. It was a really good turn there though from Ethan Ravensdale, but Kreutzberger seems like he's got a bit more speed across the top of the water here. And he's had a strong third 50. He's increased that lead to about half a body length. Let's see what he turns in here. He's almost a second lead now, but a really good turn again though from Ethan. He's taking it up to him in third place now. He's definitely Felix Dressel de Bruin. And here we go, this last 25. We're coming down to the wall now. And let's see the time here. 1:56.4, it's quick. Followed by 1:57.5 from Ethan and Felix de Bruin there and a 1:59. So 3 lads already under that 2-minute mark in this 200 freestyle. It's a sign of a fast first heat. And we still have another 4 heats to go. So we could almost see a full final here of guys under that 2 minutes, which is a sign of a super strong age group here of that 15-year-old age group. So move on to heat 2 now. Really good start there in the middle of the pool from Ashley Nichols from Terrelgan. Alongside him, Dimitri Sorokilatov, I should say, had a good first 25 as well. And also Ethan Jones. So those 3 are pretty much even the pack here as we're coming down to this first 50. Let's see who turns in first. It is Ethan Jones there at 27.0, but Ashley Nichols also out there at 27.0, and Dimitri Sorokilatov as well. 27.2. So all 3 of those boys taking it at first 50 relatively strong there in 27 lows. And they're almost turning in sync here at the 75. And I'd say at this stage, Ethan Jones probably still with a slight lead. And here we go, coming down the 100-metre mark. There you go, still about 0.05 in front of Ashley Nichols. The all-important third 50 now. Oh, really good turn there from Ethan. And so I think Ethan may have a little bit of a lead still over the other boys. Dimitri's probably just dropped off slightly off these 2 boys leading the pack here. Really good turn though from Ashley Nichols as we're coming down this last 50 now. I think Ashley Nichols might have a slight lead now. He's accelerating here in this last 50. As we see this turn, who's in front? Oh, it's still dead even. It's hard to pick a winner here. This is going to be about the touch now as we're coming down the final 25. Looks like Ethan might be pulling away slightly. I think he's going to get him on the wall here. Comes down the touch. No, Ashley Nichols does take out 158.2, followed by Ethan Jones, 158.6. Dmitry Sorolakolov there at a 2:007, and Thomas Smith there in fourth at 2:01.0. So once again, another fast heat there. Move on to heat 3. So we're going to heat 3 here, and some of these days you become familiar with here, and Campbell Wilson Moran's one of those, and Jake Ridley's another one. He had a good start there in lane 6. And it will be Jake Ridley leading through the first 58 to 27.0, so a little bit slower than what those first 2 heats went out in. They were out in 27 low, so out just a smidgen slower here, so it's going to be interesting how he races this one. So Campbell's and Moran's had a strong 25 there. He actually might have taken the lead just ever slightly over Jake Ridley. And Joshua Whitcors is actually starting to move through. He's probably sitting himself in 3rd. And Charlie McKenzie out here in lane 7 also having a good swim. And William Link in 3rd there out in a 59.6 as well. So also out under that minute, which is good to see. So it looks like Cam Wilson Moran's really attacking this third 50 here. And he's got a bit of a lead now on these other boys. So he's got about half a length. All right, here we're on this final 50 here, and Josh Whitcors is coming through nice and strongly though, and also William Link is coming over there in lane 3, but it looks like Campbell Wilson Moran is still leading this one. Yeah, a really strong last 25 here. Here we go. Coming down the wall now. Looks like Jake Ridley's going to try and hang on for 2nd. Let's see the time here that he goes. 1:59.2. So once again, another swimmer under that 2-minute mark. Jake Ridley in 2nd there at 2:003. Followed by William Lincoln at 2:008. So another strong heat here as we move on to heat 4 of 5. We've just had a false start here in lane 6. Alec Jarvis. So swimmers have just been told to stand down here as we wait for the official just to have a chat with Alec. He's been given the all clear by the official there, which is good to see. We've mishap there with the starting. Here we go, take 2 of heat 4. We are just having a few issues here before we start this one. All right, and here we go. Heat 4 is now underway after a few mishaps there. Taking out strong, though, is Alessandro Pizzoli. Alongside him there, Hunter Ansis. We'll see also why the Heath Corrie, might lead through the first 50. He does at a 28.0. I'd like to see it attacking this first 50. Coming through here at this turn, and Heath Corrie still leading it through. And out wide here, Brody Peacock having a good swim too. He might turn in 30, does. So 100 there from Heath. Attacking this first 100. He's setting himself up nicely. These boys are entering around those 208, 209 marks. So giving themselves every chance to some big PBs here going out fast. So Heath Corrie still leading us through, followed by Emmanuel Hoskin and Brody Peacock. So it's a bit of a funny heat here. The boys on the outside taking to the guys on the inside, the faster qualifiers here. This has been a strong 50 from Brody Peacock here out in lane 9. He might be leading through here at the 150 mark as we see the turn. Oh, it might be, it looks like it is Brody Peacock leading through there at a 135.8. Here we go, this final 50 here. It's a pretty even all the way across the field. Now in the middle of the pool making a bit of a move there is Ethan Chiang Cruz, and he's coming along nicely. But Brody Peacock is going to take it out here as the smoker by the look of it. Out in lane 9. Finish alongside him, Tharusha Pihara also finishing strong from Halebury. He might get him on the touch as we come down. No, it is Brody Peacock there at 208.4, followed by Pereira in a 208.5, and then Ethan Chiang Cruz in 209.3. So pretty much bang on their times. There are a couple of PBs out wide there from Tharusha Pereira and Brody Peacock at 208s. Let's move on now to heat 5 of 5. And heat 5 of 5 is underway here. And swimming through this first 50, it does look like that Eugene 2 is coming through nicely. And Eugene 2 leading through this first 100 here, 101.2. Pretty even between 3rd, 4th and 5th and 6th. All in 102s. In fact, second 2-6 in 102. So very even first 100 from those boys. With Eugene 2 leading us through though. See, he's got those light legs. He's looking nice and strong here. It's very even though between 2nd to 6th. So anyone could take out between those boys for 2nd place at this stage. But looks like this is Eugene's to lose. He has got about half a second lead over Nicholas Highland. Also finishing strong though over there in lane 2 is Ryan Thatch. And we're coming down the wall, finishing very strong though is Joshua Spiteri. He might get him on the wall, so coming down the touch. It is Joshua Spiteri there, 208.1, followed by Nick Highland at a 208.2, followed by Eugene 2 and 208.4. So we now move on to event 105, the boys 100 metre freestyle. And we have 6 heats of this. Looks like we are missing a few swimmers from this one. Lanes 5 and 7. And lane 1 as well. So a few guys swimming this 100 freestyle here this morning. Looks like Tian Berger got the best of the starts. Out nice and quick though in his first 25. Interesting to see what he goes out here in his first 50. Let's see the turn. Out 25.6. He's out quick. This is good to see. His entry time is 53.2. So it's interesting to see how quick he goes this morning. Having a big program, you'd expect that he's probably going to have a bit left in the tank tonight. And he's finishing really strongly here, Tian Berger. In second place is probably Toby Callahan, followed by in lane 7 by look of it. Charles Snare in lane 6, sorry. So it is 53.5 Tian Berger, followed by Toby Callaghan in a 56.1. Charles Snare there in 56.6 takes out third. So 56, 57 look to be the times to make this final here. Heat 2 is underway here. And looks like Eric He leading through the first 25, or Max Magnini. Hard to pick between those two here, very even. George Huang also there in lane 4, having a good swim. But it looks like Eric He's going to take through this first 50 by the look of things. He does 26.2, followed by George Huang 26.4 and Magnini 26.5. So very even between those three in the middle of the pool. It does look like George Huang might be starting to come through now. Very even though between those two. Max Magnini's probably just dropped off the pace a little bit here coming down the wall. And it looks like George Huang is going to come through and take this heat out. 54.2, followed by 54.6 with Eric He. And then 55.2 in third. Let's move on now to heat 3. And heat 3 now underway. We've seen 54s, 55s are going to get us through to this final here, so they'll be going pretty fast, this 100-metre freestyle. And Nicholas Cahn's leading through there at 26.2, so out nice and quick though for Nicholas Cahn's, followed by Alessandro Ficcaro at 27.0. Coming down this last turn, so Nicholas Cahn's is left from start to finish, a bit of a dogfight for second place between Alessandro Ficcaro and Daniel Sadur. And 55.0, he does take a Sadur in second there in a 56.70, followed by Ficcaro in 57.66. So, once again, some fast times there, 55, 56s, going to be making that final. And move on to heat 4 now. We've got and heat 4 now is underway. So very even between these boys across the field here. Lachlan Glover not in this one. But as we're coming down this first 50, you can pick any one of about 6 guys here in the middle of the pool. It looks like it is Henry Hand there at a 28.1, followed by Lachlan Rundell there at a 28.15 as well. So a really even first 50 from all these guys. Now, who's got the speed in the back end here in this second 50 coming through now? And it looks like it might be in the middle of the pool there. Lachlan Rundell from Camberwell having a really strong second 50 now. And he's coming down the wall. He's going to win this comfortably. So it's been a great back end 50 by him here. What's his time? Now, his time hasn't come up there now. It's come up 58.4. So he's had a really good swim there. It's a PB as well. Second place, Henry Hand, followed by Paul NG there in a 59.61. So we're down to heat 5. Looks like it's a good start in the middle of the pool there in lane 4, Oliver Moxan, and also here in lane 7, Jonathan Cheng. And leading through this first 50, looks like Moxan's time hasn't come up, registered up there, but he is leading through his first 50. He's looking really strong. It's a tight battle for second, third, and fourth. But Moxon looks like he's coming through nicely now. You can see him on the turn. Good breakout there. He's had a strong second 50. He's accelerating away from the pack here. In second, looks like it might be Thomas Lambert out here in lane 8. So coming down the wall, it said the time. 57.89 from Oliver Moxon. He's absolutely smashed that there. Taken off 3 seconds. Second place there was Jack Moran in a 59.8. So how good is that to see 2 guys under that minute in heat 5 and 6? And here we go, heat 6, the final heat here of event 105, the boys 14-year-old 100-metre freestyle. Looks like out wide there, a bit of a smoker. Looks like Riley Hodgkin's having a really good first 50. Can he now maintain it here? Turning out to 28.3, followed by Xinjiang Jiang there in a 28.64. He's going to take his heat out really comfortably here. Riley, what a great swim, 58.3. That's an awesome swim. He's just taken off 4 seconds there. Followed by Xinjiang Jiang there in a 1:00.05, and then Alexander Tari. So we now move on to event 107, the boys 13-year-old 200-metre breaststroke. And we have 2 heats of this. They're underway. So this 200 breaststroke's a really interesting event because short course is so different to long course. You get that break off the wall, you get that air in, the split stroke, you get that free 8 or 9 meters really before you get back into your stroke. And it's all about efficiency in that first 50, nice and long but efficient, but also out nice and quick. So Harry Heath here looking really nice in the water. Out at 33.9. Like to see it, he's attacking the first 50. So Harry Heath here is having this all to himself at the moment. In second place is probably Zachary Shihiro and Darcy Stewart in second and third. And Harry Heath here turning a 1:13.3, so out nice and quick. He was ended with that about a 2:33, so he would be looking to try and get under that 2:30 mark tonight. And out in the 1:13, possibly can go a bit quicker tonight, you'd reckon, coming into that final. Harry Heath now is accelerating away here as he comes down into this last 50, turning at 1:52. So he went about a 38 there in that 50. Nice strong split. Darcy Stewart now into second place, and followed by there Zachary Shihiro. So bit of a battle on for second though between those two boys. But Harry Heath's looking really strong here. This is coming down this last 25. Looks like Zachary Shihiro is definitely up into second now. Now let's see the time that Harry goes. He was at the spot at 2:33. There you go, small PB at 2:32. So a great swim by him. Now let's see what these other boys go. They're coming down to the wall now. And it looks like Zachary Shihiro at 2:40.6, followed by Darcy Stewart at 2:41.8. All right, second heat's almost underway here. And heat 2 here underway. Really good split stroke there from Tharwan Prahom there in lane 5. Nathan Nye getting into his stroke now though. He's going to lead through his first 25. Probably a little bit long on the wall there though. So Nathan Nye looking nice and strong here, leading through his first 50. You see he's nice and long on the stroke, gliding, being efficient with it. He's turned out there at about 35.7, so a little bit slower than what Harry Heath went in heat 1. And Golden Bow there in third. Coming down this 100-metre mark here, we're going to see what Nathan Nye turns in. Turning in about a 1:15, so he's about 2 seconds slower than what Harry Heath was in heat 1. Golden Bow in second in 1:18, followed by Hamish Evans in 1:18.6. Darwin Prahom there in fourth. So this is Nathan Nye's to lose from here this second heat. Coming down now, he's looking nice and strong still here, is Nathan Nye. It's on that final 50 now, so 1:55.3. It's a solid lead. Tharwan Prahom's had a really strong third 50 there. He's got himself right up with the pack now. I would say he's up into second place now, so really strong third 50 from him. Hamish Evans probably just dropping off the pace a little bit there in the third, followed by Golden Bow. Nathan Nye now coming down here into his last 15 metres. Let's see what time he goes here. He's starting to pick up the rate a little bit, shortening up a little bit here as he's coming down into the wall. Let's see the time he goes. A bit longer the finish there, but 2:35, so it's a fast swim. I think he has a bit more in stock for us tonight. And looks like Tharn Brahom's going to get us in second. And the touchman hasn't quite worked there. So Hamish Evans gets a touch there, 2:43.7, followed by Tharn Brahom, 2:43.8. So just 0.1 separates those two there. So well swum there, boys. 2 heats of that. So we now move on to the boys 200 freestyle, event 109, 17-18. We have 3 heats of this coming up. Just looking at the Victorian age group record there, Alexander Graham in a 1:45.18. And Elijah Whittington, the all-comers record, with a 1:43. Looks like Evan Cheese probably going to take through the first 25 here. Leading through is Evan Cheese at 26.5, followed by Oliver McKenzie there at 26.8. Alrighty, here coming down now, and it looks like Evan Cheese having this race all to himself now, accelerating through here this third 50. He's got a solid lead now over Oliver McKenzie and Joshua Tulik there in lanes 3 and 5. So here we go. Evan Cheese now coming through here in his last 50. This is going to be a strong swim by him here. He was entered with 150.4, so look, maybe tonight we can see under 150 here in his 200 freestyle. We'll see what time he's coming down here. What's he going to go this morning? 151. So he's got a quick heat swim this morning, followed by Oliver McKenzie, 154.0, and Joshua Tulik in a 155.2. So fast first heat there from the big boys. Move on to heat 2 now. Heat 2 now is underway. Good start there from Cameron McLeod. Very even across the first 25. Haruka Nakanashi's probably one to watch as well in this, and Mikhail D. Tomasis. Also Milton's, and here Tyler Theodore having a good swim there too. So Cameron McLeod leads us through 26.1, followed by Mikhail and then Tyler Theodore. And so it looks like Cameron McLeod's still leading it through. Haruka Nakanashi's probably up into second here. Mikhail D. Tomasis sitting in third currently. It does look like Tyler Theodore having a good swim as well, so he's probably up into fourth. So it looks like at this point Cameron McLeod is holding that little lead at bay here. Although Haruka Nakanashi is starting to move through alongside him. A really good turn from Haruka Nakanashi there. And I reckon he might have the lead here. He's accelerating here in his third 50. He's building it as he comes into this last 50. You can see he's really bringing the legs in now. He had a quick sticky breath back over his to the other side there to check the other boys were Look at that underwater there. 6 kicks coming up 8 metres off that turn. Makeo De Tomas's coming through as well. Not sure he's going to have enough room to reel these guys in, but Haruka Nakanashi is looking really strong. Let's see what time he goes here. $1:54.4, followed by Cameron McLeod and then Makeo De Tomas. So 4 guys in that 1:57 or under range. So it's a fast second heat there. So move on to heat 3 now. Heat 3 of 3 is now underway. And coming through now in the first 50 was Riley Mitchell. And alongside him there is Harry Hay in second place, his teammate there from lane 5 there from MLC. Training down there, Jaden Bryan, the great Jaden Bryan. Riley Mitchell looking nice and strong here. Is he coming through this 125 metre mark? He's still maintaining about a body length lead. Third place is Zachary Meakin. Coming down here in his last 50, he's still got about a 1.3 second lead here. And Meakin's definitely in third, comfortably in third, shall we say, by about a second. As here we go, we're coming down to the last 25 metres. It does look like Riley's going to take this one out here. He's led from start to finish. He tacked that first 50 nice and strong, and he's hung on to lead here, hung on to the lead. We see the time 1:55.3, followed by Harry Hay there at a 1:56.3, and Zachary making a 1:59. So once again, 3 guys comfortably under that 2-minute mark, which is great to see. As we move on now to the fun events. 111, boys 16-year-old, 100 IM. And we have 6 heats of this, so a fair few guys trying their hand at the IM. It's always good fun doing a 100 IM short course. Bit of fun. And heat 1 here is underway. Really good turn there from Ryo Hayashi. James Lewiner also having a strong backstroke leg here. And just going up to him now is Alan Liang. And we see this breaststroke turn there, the little foot turns there from the boys. It's very tight between them. Harvey Lark also having a good swim out there in lane 9 from Melbourne Vic Centre. Coming down this freestyle leg, it looks like it might be Alan Liang now in front. Had a really good underwater breakout into that freestyle. And he's going to take out heat 1 here. It's all about the time now. Let's see what time does he go under the minute. He does, 58.5, followed by Ryo Hayashi there in a 59.3. James Lewiner and Harvey Lark in 3rd and 4th. So we move on to heat 2 now. So heat 2 is underway here, and Shilcock, Liam Malloy, Mitch Stewart, we've called some of these names, Cooper Lambert. Really good underwater there from Liam Malloy. And it looks like it might be Shilcock letting us through after this backstroke leg now. Oh, good turn though from Liam Malloy. Mitch Stewart in third. I know Mitch Stewart's a strong breaststroker, so he'd be looking to try and come through here. Liam Malloy looking strong here too, but it does look like Shilcock's having a great breaststroke leg here. He's going to maintain his lead. And a great underwater again too here. This is going to be a great swim from Daniel Shilcock here, and he'll take this one out, followed by Malloy, and then Mitch Stewart in third by the look of it. And 58.2 takes it out. Malloy there, and a 59.4, followed by Mitch Stewart, the 1007. Heat 2 now is, sorry, heat 3 I should say, my bad, is underway now. We've got a few guys not swimming this one in lanes 5, so Harry Hay not there, neither is Zachary Meakin. It is a jam-packed meet, so often swimmers are going to prioritise what events they're going to do in this one. Some of these guys, 100 AM's probably not their major event, and you can see out there in lane 1, it looks like it might be Rowan Wine leading through there, 28.0 at the 50 mark. William Allen in second at 28.7 as we come into the breaststroke. Moving through now, though, is Logan McDonald in the breaststroke, though, but Rowan Wine is hanging on, though. Wow, what a great breaststroke leg it was there from William Allen, and he's turned in front now to come into this freestyle leg. Finishing strong as well as Spencer Robarts out here from Surrey Park, but also Cameron Ricciani, I should say. So it is William Allen taking it out, followed by Rowan Wine. Then Cooper Sutherland and Spencer Robarts in fourth. Heat 4 now is underway. And very even across the first 25 here. It might be out wide there, Jack Whitebread, or it possibly might be Alexander Barrett there in lane 7. And so it is Barrett leading through at a 28.70. Through this breaststroke, and it looks like it is Alexander Barrett leading through here in this freestyle. He's had a really strong breaststroke leg there. He's coming down the wall. He's going to take this one out comfortably here in a 103. In second place there was Jack Whitbread, I should say, in a 105.3, followed by Connor Hayes in a 105.7. Alrighty, heat 5 is now underway. It's very even across this first 50 here. It might be Alex Chang in lane 8. And we're coming through here. So he's out to 28.98 there, followed by Ethan Fahira. Moving through, though, is Ahmed Algamalum. Is in lane 6. He might be coming through here in his breaststroke leg. He might turn in front now as he comes to the freestyle. Good underwater, good breakout. What can he finish off with here? Let's see the time here. Smashes it out there. Ahmed Algamel takes it out there, 105.1, followed by Alex Chang and 106.2. Alright, so moving on to the 6th and final heat. So we'll just have the one swimmer in this one. And it is from DBE, Jacob Lawrence. It's always pretty tough to try and race by yourself in the middle of a pool, especially in an IM. You've got no one around you. Jacob's doing a good job here. It's this breaststroke leg now, out nice and fast. Good to see, out to 28.4. Yeah, he's got to really work this breaststroke and freestyle. Let's see what time he goes here. He is absolutely smashed that there. 1:02.5. He's just taken off 7 seconds in that final heat. So Jacob, what an awesome swim. Let's move on now to event 113. The boys 15-year-old 100-metre IM, and we have 8 heats of this one. A couple of qualifiers under that magical minute barrier for the 100 IM. It's always a big barrier going under a minute. And so really tight through across this first 50. It might be, it's Tima Holman there in 28.0, followed by Ashley Nichols in 28.1. And third place out there is Eamon McCarthy. So all those boys out there in 28 point. Now the key is this all-important breaststroke, and it looks like that Ashley Nichols is making his move now in this breaststroke leg. Here we go, he's coming down his freestyle. Let's see the time. And the time hasn't come up there, but Ashley Nichols did take it out, and Thema Holman was in second in a 1:01.7. There you go, 1:00.00 from Ashley Nichols, followed by Edward Meddings in third. Let's move on now to heat 2. Alrighty, heat 2's underway. So leading through that first 25 there was, by the look of it, might have been Jake Ridley, but now guys are moving through in the backstroke. Guys is going to lead through here in a 27.2, so he's out a little bit quicker than what heat 1 was. Jake Ridley there in a 27.8. Guys are coming now down into his freestyle leg. Let's see if he can go under that minute mark. He's given himself every chance to, going out to 27 as we come down. 58.96. It's a fast heat there. And Charlie McKenzie second in 100, followed by Brian Zhang in 100.8. Heat 3 now is underway. Great underwater there from Ethan Jones in lane 5 in that backstroke breakout there. Going about 12 metres off that turn. And he's going to lead through here at the 50 metre mark. Well, no, it's Nathan Quay there in a 28.1, just in front of him marginally, followed by Andrew Ryland as well in third. But Ethan Jones looks like he's making his move in his breaststroke. Alongside the Oscar Kreutzberger, though, he's coming through really strongly in this breaststroke. Let's see what he might turn in front here. It looks like he does. Into the freestyle leg now. It's going to be a touch between these boys. Oh, Oscar Kreutzberger gets it there in 1:007, followed by Ethan Jones in a 1:079. So followed by Felix Dressel de Bruin. Very tight third heat there as we now move on to heat 4. Moving on to heat 4. Leading us through here in the middle of the pool, so it's Oscar Campbell. But also over there in lane 3, James Duncan, is it? Sorry. Yeah, it was James Duncan there. Oscar Campbell leading through at 30.3, followed by James Duncan. As we're coming down this last 25 now, looks like it might be Kynan Lee from PLC there. But finishing strong though is Meaton Savielik coming down the touch. So it will be Meaton Savielik there in a 1:05.00, followed by Hugh Cran in a 1:05.1. And then Kynan Lee in a 1:05.2. So moving on now to heat 5. Heat 5 is underway now. Very even there through the field. It looks like it might be Tom Urquhart leading through this first 25. A bit short on the wall there though. He was probably leading through, but he got a little bit short on the wall. Really good underwater though from Peter Behrens by the look of it there in lane 6. And also Lewis G there. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong heat. We've got the... coming down the wall now. It looks like it will be lane 7, sorry there. So Sinju Ching takes it out, followed by Thomas Radford, followed by Heath Corrie. Heat 6 now is underway. Great start there from Zihao Wang. Brian Zhang as well there with a really good start. This is a really tight breaststroke leg here. It might be Benjamin Nolter in lane 6 coming through now. And it might be Brian Zhang leading through that 25 of the breaststroke now. Bit of a dogfight between Byron Zhang, and Benjamin Nolter. And I think Benjamin Nolter's going to get the better of him here in this freestyle. Finishing strong is also Zihao Wang. He'll probably get the second. No, Ross Sikiotis gets second there at a 107.8 over there in lane 1. So Benjamin Nolter takes that 107.0. Zihao Wang there in third in a 108.0. Heat 7 now is underway. We have just 2 more heats to go of this 100 IM. Looks like Ashton Thompson leading through from Kangaroo Flat there in that first 25. Also out wide here, Andrew Brunette. Like Dominic Butcher as well coming through in the breaststroke. But looks like it will be Ashton Thompson Hall from Kangaroo Flat. He's led from start to finish now. Let's see what he can finish in the freestyle. He's got the rate going. He's coming home strong. .103.9. He's absolutely smashed his time there by 7 seconds. He takes it out. Dominic Butcher in second, followed by Andrew Brunette in third. Let's move on now to the 8th and final heat. So our 8th and final heat's underway here, very even across the first 25. Really hard to pick who's leading this one at this point. It might be Matthew Brophy out there in lane 2. possibly Tommy Doreen as well. So it is Matthew Brophy moving through here at 31-2 at the 50-metre mark, followed by Henry Kuzigolis. And Henry's having a really strong breaststroke leg here. And same with William Blackwood there as well from Warragul. So it looks like Henry's going to take out this 8th heat here. A bit of a smoker out there in lane 1. And we're coming down. Let's see what the time is. He's just started a time, but he gets it there. 108.89, followed by Matthew Brophy in 109.4. Ryan Thatch in a 110.5. So now move on to the boys' 14-year-old 100-metre backstroke, and we have 4 heats of this. So we are just getting the wedges ready to go here for this backstroke. So we have 4 heats of this coming up. Alrighty, and heat 1 now is underway of this 100-metre backstroke. And a great underwater there from George Huang and Jack Jones there in lanes 3 and 4. Also starting pretty well is Adam Almelfi. And see George Huang's turns and underwaters last night in the 200 backstroke. And Jack Jones really taking it to him here, which is great to see. Once again, both doing some really good underwaters. Also a great underwater there from Rick Shen as well from Camberwell. And he's sitting in 3rd. And you can see that George Huang's underwater. He's getting about 10 metres off every single wall, and that's the difference between these guys here, as he's going to come down and take out this. He's had a busy morning, and his time hasn't come up here, but it was. I think the times are adjusted here, but Jack Jones there, 1:03.1. Rick Sheng was 1:07.3. George's time hasn't popped up here, but it was pretty quick. So I think those times will be adjusted shortly. And so now we move on to heat 2. Heat 2 now underway. And a great underwater there from Xavier Aguirre, and a great start from Henry Allen there from Bendigo East, and he's up and stroking nicely here in this first 25, and he's going to lead us through. Rates up nice and high, good underwater. And he's really attacking his first 50. He's probably sitting on the lane over a little bit too much. His coach probably wanted to get into that middle of the lane. He's out very fast here. In fact, he's out at 29.00. Followed by Xavier Aguirre and Charles Snare. You see he's coming down this last 25 now, and he's to be interesting to see what time he does go. He was entered with the 101.8. He went out 29, so he's giving himself a chance to get around that time here this morning. He's coming down now. He might be just going to look at a 101 high. 101.5, so it's a good swim there from Henry, followed by Xavier Aguirre in a 104.3, and Charles Snare there in a 104.37. Moving on to Heat 2. So Simmons has just been told to stand down for a second. I think the other pool is just about to start, so we'll make sure these pools aren't starting at the exact same time. It could be very confusing. So boys over here in the orange pool is going to wait a second. All right, here we go. And Heat 3 is now underway. Looks a great start there from Eric He in lane 4. And so Eric He's putting together a strong first 50 here now. Mind you, the boys are out in under 30 here. Let's see what he turns in. There you go, under 30, 29.46. Entering with a 102.8. Looks like a tight battle for second between Cody Bird and Jude De Silva. But Eric He is going to take out Heat 3. It's all about the time now. Let's see what time he's going to go. Probably looking at about a 101 high here. 102.0, he takes it out. Followed by Cody Bird there at a 103.7 and Jude De Silva Smith in a 104.70. So move on now to our fourth and final heat of this 100 metre backstroke, I should say, not breaststroke. And the swimmers have just been told to hop out for a second. We're going to restart them again. As I said, it can be a little bit confusing sometimes between the two pools starting and finishing. So going to try and time it well enough that these guys can start their race without any distractions. Here we go, we're ready to go here. coming down here for this first 50. It looks like it will be Sean Tam leading us through. No, it is Oliver Kingston, sorry. We have 32.3, followed by Thomas Lambert at 32.4. And Fraser Allen out there at 32.6. So pretty even across that first 50 as we're coming through now. Just last lap. It does look like Ollie Kingston's going to take it out here just over Thomas Lambert. We've come down the touch and set the time. The time hasn't popped up here between those two boys. It should come up here in a second. Looks like Fraser Allen was in third. There we go. So I think our touchpads have worked very well there. But Thomas Lambert was 106.7, was in second, just behind Oliver Kingston. Fraser Allen in third. So we now move on to Bet 117, the boys' 13-year-old 50-metre freestyle. And we have 6 heats of this, so this will be over within a click of a finger. And our first heat is underway here, and it'd be good to see if we can see some boys down in that 25 low region. Kreutzberger is taking out heat one here. He's absolutely flying. You see the time, it's 25.3, followed by Adonis there, 26.4. And in third place there, Aston Scriberis there at 26.6. So Kreutzberger taking out heat one there at 25.3. Move on to heat 2 here. Heat 2 is underway now. And coming down the touch here, it's pretty even. It might be Harry Heath here in lane 5, followed by Tharwin Braham. As we come down, 26.0, Harry Heath does take it out, followed by Tharwin Braham at 26.3. William Tan in third at 26.7. So we're seeing some 26s here. Just the 125 so far. Let's move on to heat 3 now. Heat 3 now is underway. Oh, it's a great start there at the from lane 6. It was there, Zachary Shepherd. By look at Shearer, sorry, I should say. It's really hard to see who's taking this one out. Probably is lane 6 there, Shearer. Well, coming through now is George Z. Coming down the touch. Oh, it is Zachary Shearer there, just 26.2, followed by 26.3 from George Z. And in third there, Alexander Hay there at 26.5. They'll be on to heat 4 now. Heat 4 is now underway here. And so a big gap in the middle of the pool. Our fastest two qualifiers for this heat not swimming it. Alfie Graves and William Chia. And it's really even across the field. Maybe Oscar Jaski's in front. Or Oscar Skeekin. As we're coming down the wall now. And it will be Oscar Jaski there at 28.3. Followed by Oscar Skeekin there at 28.54. And then Max Malone at a 28.86. So move on down to heat 5. Got two more heats. So just two heats left here. It's 50 freestyle. And heat 5 now underway. Very even across the field. Lane 5, which is in front of Xavier Telford. However, out wide here, Kane Reynolds from Warragul having a good swim. There's the smoker out wide. And also at lane 0, Kine and Power having a good swim too. So coming down the wall, let's see the time. 27.7. Kane Reynolds does take it out, followed by Kine and Power. Yeah, 28.4. And Zevon Lee there at a 28.8. All right, moving on to heat 6 now, final heat. And heat 6 is now underway. And we just have a few announcements about swimmers leaving their bags in emergency exit areas. So hopefully swimmers get the memo now to move their bags out of the way. And we're coming down the wall here, and it will be Zane Poxon there taking it out. They're 28.29, followed by Zayden Burton, and then Xavier Lucas Chai. So now move on to once again there, swimmers are being told to get their bags out of the way. So move on to event 120 here, the boys 17, 18, 100 metre IM. We have 7 heats of this. And you expect a few of these boys probably not going to swim this one. As we get older, it's a little bit harder to back up as they do a lot of events. So these guys are probably targeting a few events. That's why we are missing lane 4. Looks like Evan Cheese. It sounds like everything's happening down here in Bull Deck this morning. As we're coming through the first 50, will be Jason Llewellyn leading through there in a 26.3, followed by Evan Chi. So come into the breaststroke now. We're coming down into this freestyle. Evan Chi's going to take out heat 1 here. And he takes that in a 56.6, followed by Jason Llewellyn in a 58.1. And then William Noel-Sotius there in a 100. So moving on to heat 2 now. Heat 2 is now underway. And leading through that first 50 there is Lewis Ainsley there in a 25-8, sorry, followed by Callum Halloran Lavelle there in a 25-9. It looks like it's going to be tight between these two. Maybe Callum Halloran Lavelle still slightly in front. Will be Callum Halloran Lavelle there in a 58-0. Now, I think Lewis Ainsley did get second there, but Ainley, sorry, didn't come up. Followed by Samuel Keenan. Let's move on now to Heat 3. Heat 3 now is underway. Great start there from Alex Bazale and also Yanning Zhang there in lane 4. We've called his name a fair bit. We know his underwaters are elite. As we see him here in the backstroke, he turns into this breast. Yeah, it does have a lead there at 25-5. It's interesting seeing Yanning Zhang in Heat 3. As he's coming down this breaststroke here, let's see what he comes off as he explodes in this freestyle. Alex Bazile, though, staying right with him, which has been a great effort by him. He's staying right here with him, a good freestyle. This is going to be a fast swim by both these boys here. So Alex Bazile there, 57.28, comes in second behind Alex Zhang at 57.00. It's a great swim by him there. And Joshua Gomes at 1.004. So Bazile's just taken off 2 seconds there. It's a great swim. So we move on now to Heat 4. Should have been told to stand down this morning, as we said. It's just the 2 pools running. It's a bit crazy. Heat 4 is now underway. Coming through this breaststroke now, does like Patrick Foster's having a really good breaststroke leg here. He's going to lead through into this last 25. As he's coming down, good underwater off that wall, past the flags. Joel Cruz there in Western Aquatic, sorry, he's in 6th. He's going to come in 2nd. And out there in lane 0, Charlie Whitsand looks like he's going to pick up 3rd. Oh, no, sorry, my bad. Alexander Dolberg picks up 3rd. So Joel Cruz, followed by Good Said. Okay, our touchpads have stuffed up a little bit there. All right, as we move on to Heat 5. And Heat 5 is now underway. It looks to be a great start there from Milton in lane 4. Finish on that full stroke, really important in these IMs. And Milton is pulling away here in his backstroke. It's been a strong first 50 by him, out to 27.3. Important breaststroke, and having a breaststroke like he's hanging on here as we're coming into the freestyle. Really tight though between the boys in lanes 6 and 7, Braden Wilson and Martin Nguyen. They're probably in second and third. Sounds like Milton is going to hang on here. Simopoulos is going to take it out in a 101.6. Followed by Braden Wilson, then Martin Nguyen. Heat 6 is now underway. We're coming down this backstroke leg here. It looks like it will be lane 7 there. Matthew Power in a 29.9, followed by Michael Streeter there, over there in lane 1. So coming to the breaststroke now. Very even across the field here between lanes 1 and 2, 7 and 8. It's hard to pick who's taking this one out at this point. Might even be Zach Lewis there as well, right up there as we're coming to this freestyle. And wow, you can't really pick a winner here. Might be in the middle of the pool here in lane 5. It might be Owen Jones taking it out. It will be Owen Jones. And I don't think our times have quite worked there. Michael Streeter in second, Zach Lewis in third. Those times are going to adjust. Let's move on to our 7th and final heat. Owen Jones does take it out, followed by Michael Streeter and then Zach Lewis in third. All right, this is our 7th and final heat here. These three boys have a bit of a dogfight in the middle of the pool, lanes 5, 4 and 3. Looks like Austin Robbins leading through that first 25. Good underwater there from Scotty Tan. Oh, it's very tight between these three. Matthew Young might be leading through after the backstroke leg here. Let's have a look. A really good turn there for Matthew Young. He's leading through this breaststroke leg now. And he's going to lead through here in this final lap. Here we go. It looks like Matthew Young is going to take out his 7th heat. Let's see the time now. He was headed with a 1:08, 1:06, so he does take it out. Followed by Austin and then Scotty Tan. So all 3 boys have done PBs, which is good. So move on now to event 122. The boys' 16-year-old 200-metre butterfly. We have 2 heats of this one. So the 200 butterfly is underway here. So just 2 heats of this one. 7 guys in this first heat. We've got 6 guys in our second heat. So out nice and relaxed. Looks like Mayan Baskar and Daniel Givatarese there. Probably going to lead through this first 50, although Tyler Norton out here in lane 7 also pretty comfortable. Actually, it is Tyler Norton lead through there at 29.2, followed by Mayan Baskar and then Daniel Givatarese. Mayan Baskar now and Rio Hayashi coming through now and from Furbank there in lane 4. He looks like he's got himself up in the 2nd place here after this first 100. So 103.1 turns in first there in Mayan, followed by 103.8 with Rio Hayashi and Tyler Norton 103.8 as well. So equal second those 2. And it looks like Rio Hayashi's making a little bit of a move now. He's trying to catch up to Mayan, but Mayan sort of set the tone here and said, catch me if you can. Looks like these 2 are now pulling away from the pack. Bit of a dogfight for third between Tyler Norton, Daniel Givatarese and Xavier Carney. But Mayan Baskar's to lose from here as we come down to this last 50 metres. And look, Rio's finishing really strongly here. He might catch him on the walls or coming down the touch. He's come home like a freight train. He's going to run over the top of him here. He's going to take out this heat. Wow, what a last 50 there. 2:13.5, followed by Mayan Baskar. And looks like Tyler Norton was in 3rd, followed by Xavier Carney, then Daniel Givatarese. But what a last 50 it was from Rio. You'd think he's probably got a little bit more in the tank for tonight looking at that last 50. Okay, so move on now to heat 2 of 2. And heat 2 is now underway. So leading through that first 50 is Harvey Lark. And so it looks like at this point it is Harvey Lark leading through the first 75. And this looks like it's all to himself at the moment. The other 4 boys around him are really even though between Tommy Lane and Ahmed. Allen and Samuel. So those four will be looking to fight it out here. But is Harvey Lark leading through that first 100 there in a 105.2. His entry time is 2:11, so yeah, a little bit slower, but you'd expect that he's saving maybe a little bit for tonight's final. A little bit long on that wall there as he comes off here. Good underwater though. And in second now, looks like Ahmed might be up into second place now. As we're coming down here, this last 50. Turning at 141.6. He's got about a 2-second lead here. Can he hang on down this last 50? Looks like Tommy Lane is in second place here now. And Ahmed is finishing really strong out there in lane 2. He's going to come into second place. Is he going to get him on the wall? Not quite. So Harvey Lark 2:17.0. Ahmed Al-Gamal in 2:17.6, followed by Alan Liang in 2:21.7. So move on now to the boys' 15-year-old 200-metre butterfly. We have 2 heats of this coming up. So we have moved on to event 126, the boys' 14-year-old 200-metre breaststroke. We have heat 1 of 2 in the water right now. And it looks like a good start there from Lewis Chien there in lane 4. Mitchell Davies coming in second here at this first 50. Let's see the time out in 33 and 34 out. Nice and fast, boys, which is good to see. Coming through now, and Lewis Chen and Mitchell Davies pretty tight between these two here in this first 100. They've got a bit of a gap on the other 3 boys there between Xavier, Oliver and Luke. But it does look like at this point Lewis and Mitch are having a race themselves. Good underwater though for Mitch Davies there. Doesn't like Lewis is just hanging on to his lead at this point though. So it's about a body length of a lead here on him as we're coming into this last 50 here. Let's see that lead here. It's about, there you go, it's about 2.5 seconds now, that lead he's got heading into this last 50. He is accelerating away here, Lewis Chien. Looks like he's pulling away here as we're coming into this last 25 metres. A really strong last 50 from him here. Sitting in third is probably Luke Gallagher out there in lane 7. And he's coming down here. Let's see the time he goes here. He was entered with a 2:33. Looks like he's going to go well under that 2:30.6. It's a good swim. It's a 3-second PB. And Mitch Davies there in second. And it's followed by into their 7 and followed by Luke Gallagher there at 2:43. So we're on to heat 2 now. It looks like Max Hussey here leading through this first 50. Nice and strong 8 and a 33. Followed by Alessandro Vaccaro in a 34.6 and Zach Kandakis there. So pretty tight between these two at the front here, and Zach Kandakis sitting in third. Alongside him, William Lewis also coming through as well. So really tight between these front two boys here, between Max and Alessandro. Coming down this last, that 100-metre mark there, sorry, and it's 1:14, 1:15, and Zach in there at 1:17, so pretty tight though. So it looks like Max Hussey's going to lead through this comfortably now. Really strong third 50. He's out to a 2-second lead now. So it's going to be tough to really near it in this last 50. We're coming through now, and so it's Max's to lose. A dogfight though for third between William Lewis, Zach Kandakis. William Lewis might be slightly in front of him now, but we're coming down this last 25, and it looks like Alessandro Vaccaro's probably gained a little bit of ground on him, but probably not enough to reel him in here as this last couple of strokes, and Max will take out heat two, sorry, a 2:33.1. Follow Alessandro there in a 2:35. And we have a drop 5 to third. Looks like William Lewis is probably going to come in third. 2:43, followed by Zach Kandakis at 2:45. It's almost getting ready here for event 128, the boys' 13-year-old 100-metre backstroke. Just fixing up a wedge here for lane 5, I think it is. And then we'll be ready to go here. We have 4 heats of the boys' 13-year-old 100-metre backstroke. heat one here of about 128. The boys' 13-year-old 100 backstroke is underway. It looks like there's a great start there from Lewis G in lane 4. Coming down the wall here in his first 50. Lewis turning in front, followed by Oliver McCormick and Emmanuel Judasara. And he's put up a comfortable lead here in heat one. This is coming down the wall. He was headed with a 1:04.0, so it's going to be interesting what time he goes compared to that here this morning. He's coming down the wall now. Let's see the time. 1:03.5. It's quick first heats from there. Followed by Oliver McCormack there. And Noel Judasara in 1:09. So fast first heat here as we move on to heat two. And heat 2 of 4 now is underway. Looks like a really good start there in the middle of the pool. Far and Bahom. We've seen how good his skills have been over the course of this weekend in championship meet. Looks like he'll take out this first 25. Really tight for second between Eli Jones, Alexander, and also there looks like George. It looks like this is Farah Bahoms to lose from here. Finishing really strongly is Eli Jones, but he won't give him on the touch there. So Thara Bahom takes it out in 1:06.3, followed by Eli Jones and George Z in third. Let's move on now to heat 3. And heat 3 of 4 now is in the water. So looks like no Harry Heath in this one. A good start from Archie Kreutzberger there. And he's going to lead through his first 25, probably followed by James Hay and Bosco Ju in 6. Looks like Archie Kreutzberger is accelerating his lead here, pulling away from the pack. Really tight battle for second between lanes 1, 2, 3, and 5. But Archie's going to take out heat 3 here. Let's see what the time is as it comes down. So yeah, setting that out in a 107.1. Followed by Kine and Power and Andre Telacrio. Let's move on now to heat 4. Fourth and final heat. Looks like heat 4 is almost ready to go here. Good start there from middle of the lane there, Xavier Telford. Moving through the middle of the pool here now. In lane 6, Aidan Penderbury coming through now. He might be leading through this last lap here. This is going to be a tight finish between these boys. It might be Miller Scott. It might be Aidan. Hard to say as we're coming down the wall between the two. It might be Aidan. Looks like Aidan got him on the touch there. Whilst on there, boys. Okay, so we move on now to boys 17, 18, 200 metre breaststroke. We have 2 heats of this coming up. Isaac Ballinger leading through here in his first 50 of this 200 metre breaststroke. Sitting second there, looks like it's Joshua Gomes. And in third at this point is James Morrow, but looks like Ballinger setting himself up nicely in this 200 breaststroke here. Just moving through here, coming down this 75 metre mark. Really good split stroke there from Joshua Gomes. So Ballinger leading through the first 100 here. Well out in front really now. It's about a 2.5 second lead. And Ballinger is really starting to pull away from these two boys here. Morrow and Gomes look like they're fighting it out for the second place at this point. And those two are pretty much touching dead even though, but Ballinger is really moving through here. As he's coming down on the wall now, he's got 1:25 to go. Coming down the wall now, and Ballinger takes it to 2:19. So pretty much on his entry time there. It's a fast one. It looks like Morrow will come in second, followed by Gomes. And then Trung Lee. So we move on now to heat 2 of 2. And heat 2 is now underway. It's pretty even across this first 25. It's hard to say who's taking it out here at the moment, but all the boys are out relatively quick, probably looking at 30 lows here in this first 50. Out in 32 there for the boys, all out in 32s there, which is nice to see those leading 3-4 lads. We're coming down to the 75 mark here, and you can see that length's nice and long, keeping the hips up nice and high. So it does look like Gabriel Cornwell's probably just dropped off a little bit off these front 3 here. And Sam Matheson looks like he's just building up just a slight lead here as we're coming into this 100-metre mark. The all-important third 50 now. This is where the race is often won or lost. You can see now he's probably got about a half a second of a body lead over the other two boys now. And Sam Matheson now really attacking this third 50. It looks like this is his race plan. He's going to go hard here in this third one and try and build himself a bit of a lead. And what a great third 50 this has been from Sam Matheson here. As we come down, he's got the last 50 to go. This is a strong last 50 though from Cameron McLeod as he's coming through. He's not giving it up just yet. And so Cameron McLeod has taken up to Sam Matheson here, and Brandon Wilson hasn't gone away either, and sitting in fourth, Gabriel Cornwell. So these 4 boys are going to go some quick times here in this heat as we're coming down the touch, but it will be Sam Matheson still taking it out, followed by Cam McLeod and Brandon Wilson and Gabriel Cornwell. So some quick times there, 2:25, 2:26, 2:27s. So now move on to event 132, the boys' 16-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats of this coming up. have 3 heats here, and heat 1 is now underway. Looks like they're in lane 4. Jacob Nemo leading through the first 50, followed by Cooper Lambert and then Mitch Stewart, but also there in lane 2, Justin Zhu. Does like Jacob Nemo's moving through here nicely here in his third 25, lifting his rate a little bit. So tight battle for third between Mitch Stewart and Justin Zhu, but Cooper Lambert's probably sitting in second here, and Jacob Nemo looks like he's going to take out heat 1 here. He takes out to 106.9, followed by Cooper Lambert and Mitch Stewart. Heat 2 now underway. Very even first 25 here. Looks like Dane Schneider might be slightly in front of Dom Chang there as well. A bit long on the touch there between William Allen and Dom Chang, and looks like Schneider is leading us through. It looks like Dean Schneider's going to take this one out here, and Dom Chang going to come in second, all about the touch. And 106.3 and 106.6 take out first and second, followed by Alan Liang there in third. So move on to our third and final heat now. Looks like Lachlan Chan taking it out through here. And Lachlan Chan's going to take this hit out pretty comfortably, followed by Owen Warsham and Spencer Robarts there, both the lads from Surrey Park in second and third. Let's move on now to event 134, the boys 15-year-old 200-metre breaststroke. We have heat 1 of 3 now in the water. Looks like in the middle of the pool, Edward Meddings is a little bit of a dogfight here with Felix to Dressel to Bruin. So these two boys are touching very even here at the 100-metre mark. This is a dogfight between these two boys here, and over there in lane 3, Ashton Nichols having a really good swim here in his third 50, but Felix and Edwards almost touching neck and neck here, followed by Ashton Nichols, and in fourth there you have Hugh Cran. So here we go, this last 50. It's really hard to pick who's in front between these two here. Ashton Nichols is not going away either. So coming down the last 25 now, looks like it might be Meddings just slightly in front. Although it looks like Felix got the better of the turns though. This is tight. It's going to be a really tight finish between these two. Both eye each other off. It might be Meddings just on the wall. It will be Meddings just. Followed by Felix to Bruin, Dressel, and then Dressel to Bruin, sorry, and Ashley Nichols. Let's move on now to heat 2 of 3. Move on now to heat 2 of 3. We got then we move on to our 800s after this. So middle of the pool here, Thomas Sutherland. Probably out in front here after this first 25. Pretty even though between Eugene 2, Tom and Teddy Ripper. These three are sort of fighting it out at this point. These two pretty much touching dead even at the moment between Teddy, Thomas, Eugene just slightly off the pace in third, followed by Brian Zeng as well in fourth. As we're coming down this 100-metre turn here now, and these boys are going to start to try and make their move here in this third 50. Here we go. So it looks like Teddy Ripper was probably got the just a little bit of a touch in front there. Oh, this is really tight between these boys here. We're down to 75 to go. It's really hard to pick who's going to take it out between these two right now. It might be Thomas Sutherland making a bit of a move there. He might have just built a slight lead. He might be slightly in front of him here. Oh, no, probably not actually. Looks like Teddy accelerated into that wall. Here we go, his last. So it looks like Teddy is slightly in front. Does seem that Thomas gets more of that split stroke underwater though. You can see these two are well out in front now. It looks like Brian Zhang is back in third. Eugene 2 in fourth. Oh, good last 25 there from Thomas. He's built up a tiny bit of a lead now. Coming this last 25 metres. Can he hang on now? Or has Teddy Ripper got something left in him here? He does take it out there at 225. Both boys in that 225 range. Looks like Brian Zhang in second, followed by Meaton Chevelik. One more heat to go before we move on to our 800s. So, heat 3 of 3 underway here. Looks like Une guys are taking out the first 25 there. Une guys are moving through now, and in second it looks like Charlie McKenzie, followed by Joshua Whitcoes. Looking nice and long here, the boys, and it's going to be a good second 100 here. I don't think Charlie and Josh are too far off Une here, so Une's going to have to keep his head down, keep that stroke nice and long, and hang on to this lead he's built. Does look like Charlie McKenzie's trying to make a bit of a move here. And we have an alarm going off here. About 125 metre mark. Looks like Une's just maintained that lead. The guys haven't really built into that lead that he's got there. Joshua Whitcoes might be starting to catch him here in this last 25 metres. Here we go, this last 50 metres. Here we go. And I think Joshua Whitcoes is within striking distance here of this last 50. Charlie McKenzie probably dropped back to about third. And Brody Peacock over there in lane 2 having a good swim too. He's probably sitting in fourth. So can Une hang on to his lead here, or can Josh really min this last 25? Here he comes. This is going to be a tight finish between these two. Josh probably finishing stronger than Une, but Une guys is going to take it out here. He's going to take out heat 3 of 3. He does there at a 230, followed by 231. Oh, and McKenzie just got the touch over Peacock for third and fourth. So we now move on to the 800s, and we have 3 heats of this coming up. almost ready to go here of 3 heats of the 800 metre freestyle. Alrighty, we're underway here for heat 1 of 3 of the 800 metre freestyle. So we have 3 heats. This is easy combined time finals between the age group of 13 and 14-year-old boys. So there are 2 age groups in this racing here in this 800 freestyle. It's always a pretty daunting event for anyone, 800, and boys and girls, I should say. It's always a daunting event for anyone swinging 800, but these guys, especially age 13 and 14, getting up and racing at 800 is awesome to see. So through now to this 150 metre point. It looks like lane 5, Francis Goodville, to be leading through here. sitting in second is, I'll look at Marley Sudlia, and third and fourth Isabella Osborne, and over here Jessica Whiting. And so it's really important these 800s that we keep that stroke nice and long and relaxed, keep it efficient, and trying to build these 200s as we go. Keep still doing that one kick off that wall. Use that free 3 or 4, 5 metre glide that you can get off the wall, especially short course. And we know that the 800 is very different short course compared to what it is long course with the turns. But that you can really see that swimmers will use that free kick off that wall to reset. So it does look like at this point that Francis will lead through here. Looks like that Marley Sudlia from Ballarat starting to move up alongside here. But good turns and skills so far from Francis Woodville from Northwest Aquatic. Running over there with Cam Nation. And Marley just starting to come up alongside now. So these two are probably going to start pushing each other along. And these two are about a second between each other now. So Marley's definitely catching now. As these guys are moving through. We've got to thank our lap counters as well here for coming down, and this event wouldn't be run without the lap counters for the 800 and the 15, with Nick sitting alongside me doing the 15 as well. And, unfortunately for some swimmers who like to do maybe the 8 and the 15, they've got to choose now between which one they do. Oh, it's a different age group today, sorry, my bad, that was my bad there. Yeah, we are having a bit of a conversation here, Nick, sorry about that. I got a little bit confused there at the age groups. I have just seen that you've got the 15 to 18. I've got the 13 to 14. Isabella Osborne over there in lane 1. Starting to build her 800 as we go here. And she might be leading us through here as we're coming down to the turn. And she will lead us through to 500. And Francis and Marley in second and third. You can see too in this 800, the light legs, trying to really sit on the stroke on the arms, nice efficient breath. These coaches will be really big on telling their swimmers about their stroke counts, keeping their stroke nice and efficient. You'll be aiming to try and do the same amount of strokes per lap and holding on to that stroke count with each lap and holding the same stroke rate. So the rate and count are a little bit different. And so Isabella Osborne has increased her lead to about 2 seconds. So it's not much in an 800, but it is handy for her now. It looks like Francis and Marley in that middle of the pool are swimming pretty well. And Tara Dehood from Sale starting to make a bit of a move as well. So here we go, coming down now, and Isabella Osborne has increased her lead by a little bit more now. It's out to about, as we come into this turn, about 5 seconds. So she's accelerating in this 800 now and pulling away from the field. Marley and Francis still having there a little bit of a dogfight, and Tara D, who's probably just dropped off the pace a smidgen now. And out wide, Lucy Crouch from MLC having a good swim too. So as the field sort of spreads, Isabella Osborne starting to break away from the pack now. So Marley might be in front now of Francis as we come down the turn, and he is by about 0.2 of a second. So Isabella Osborne at 8:09 there, turning here. And it's out to about 6 seconds there. So she is increasing her lead as she goes along here. So she's coming into this last turn now. So we'll have another 50 to go after this one. Which turns in 8:47 as we're coming up here. It looks like that Marley might have just started to pull away ever slightly. Well, not really, though. Those two are still neck and neck at this point. But as you can see on that wide view there, Isabella Osborne is well out in front now. Coming in the last 50, here we go. She's got the whistle. She's accelerating here. What's she got left here? She's bringing the legs in now. And we've got a bit of a dogfight for second between those two over there. Francis and Marley. What she got left in store here? Good last turn there. A couple of kicks. Bringing the legs in this last 25. She is pulling away. She's increasing her rate here. She's maintained this lead for a long time now. She's coming in. It's going to be close to that 10-minute mark. Just a little bit over there. 10:00. I look at it, was about 10:001. There you go, 10:001. 10:01. Followed by Marley and Francis. Coming in there, looks like Lucy Crouch, was it? Sorry, no, Jessica Whiting. So, sorry, it's Katie McClellan there in 10:14. So, well swum there, guys. Let's move on now to heat 2 of the 800 freestyle. And heat 2 of our 800 freestyles is now underway. A couple of familiar names that we're calling out there. Archie Kreutzberger, Charlie Cornwell. We've called these names. Mia Hoskins. We've called a few of these names. Grace Cox as well. And so Archie Kreutzberger taking out his first 50 there relatively quick. We know that's how he likes to swim, as he attacked the early parts of his race, and then he tries to hang on. As we're coming down the 100 mark here, and Archie out relatively quick out there in a 106, so he's averaging about 34 in that 50. The question will be now for him, can he hang on to that speed and maintain it? And so coming out of the 150 mark here, and Archie will be leading through there in a 143. Sarah Cartel over there in lane 0 having a good start, doing in a 144, followed by Mia Hoskins there in a 145 too. So these are mixed between the girls and boys in the 800 metre freestyle. So there will be separate medals given to these categories. You see how nice and long and relaxed these guys are looking in the water at the moment. Light legs. They're not really bringing those legs in because the legs are using up more oxygen. So these guys will be trying to maintain this stroke with light legs as possible. They're going to gradually start bringing those legs in as they go. It looks like Charlie Cornwell's just starting to catch up to Archie just ever so slightly. And Sarah Cartel is still having a really good swim over there out in lane 0. Hoskins probably just falling off a little bit off the pace here, back in 4th now. As it looks like Charlie Cornwell's starting to make a bit of a move. He might have pulled himself up into 2nd place here in this 800. As him and Sarah turned pretty much equal 2nd there. Followed by Mia. And Charlie is within striking distance of Archie, but Archie's pulled away there a little bit. So a bit of a dogfight now between Mia and Sarah in their age group as well. And so Sarah is sort of maintaining her lead over Mia. So Archie has got about a 2-second lead still on Charlie. It seemed like Charlie made a bit of a move there in that middle 200 there, trying to sort of catch up. But Archie's increased his lead again. So Sarah Cartel starting to pull away from Mia and over there in lane 0 to lane 3. You can see that Archie, who has held the lead from start to finish, is pulling away now ever so slightly again. He's out to about a 3-second buffer he's now got on Charlie Cornwell. So Charlie Cornwell's going to have to get himself moving here if he wants to try and reel in Archie. So Archie coming down in the turn. So he turns at about a 4:45. We're looking at sort of about 1:11 per 100 here at the moment. A nice pace he's holding here. And And Archie's starting to really increase his lead here. And Sarah's starting to increase her lead over Mia over there too. So they're our two leaders in two separate races pretty much at the moment. It's always hard as well in this 800 sometimes to pace yourself when there's such a big gap between swimmers' paces. And we're going to see what he's averaging per 100 here. Is he coming down to this 500 metre mark? So he is averaging about a 111 per 100 here. Looks like Sarah's averaging about a 112. And here comes Charlie Cornwell. So Charlie Cornwell's about 7 seconds off him now. It's a fair bit of distance there between these two. And me is probably about 7 seconds behind Sarah as well. And over on this side of the pool, Grace and Miranda from MLC having a good race between each other, teammates from MLC. So you can see Archie Kreutzberger there in lane 4 looking really strong. Those legs are starting to come in ever so slightly. For people watching, maybe it's a good thing to do while you watch these 800s. Count his strokes and see how many strokes he holds per lap now and see whether he can maintain it. So Miranda and Grace over here in lanes 8 and 9, still having a good swim. As Archie turns in there in a 7:45. So it looks like Archie's coming down to the turn here. And he's into his last 100, if I've counted correctly. And you can see he's now starting to bring the legs in here. As he can feel himself on that final straight now. He's going to start bringing those legs in. And he's looking stronger and stronger as these laps go on. Here comes Archie now onto his last 50. Let's see what he turns in here. And you can see now he's really bringing his legs in here. Sarah Cartel onto her last 50 as well. It looks like Charlie Cornwell will be coming onto he's on his last 50, as is Mia Horskins here. Here we go, they're on the final hurdle of this 800. And Archie coming into the wall now. He's got about 10 metres to go. He has absolutely smashed this heat out. And we'll see what the time is. It looks like it's going to be a 9:28. Great swim from him. And here comes Sarah Cartel over there in lane 0. So she's going to take out the female category there in a 9:37.2. With that heat. Charlie Cornwell coming into the wall now. 9:42.65. Mia Horskins coming in there in a 9:50s, also under that 10-minute mark, which is great to see. Looks like Jeremy Coleman there in a 9:59, also under that 10 minutes. And Grace Cox, Miranda Koo, 10:02 and 10:03, almost under that magical 10-minute mark there in that 800. So very fast heat there in heat 2. As We've got one more heat of this 800 freestyle to go. It's a little bit confusing because this is mixed between the 13, 14-year-old age groups. And we are away for the third and final heat of this 800 freestyle this morning. So if distance freestyle is your thing, Sunday morning here at MSAC's probably time to tune in. So Oliver Moxon out wide here having a good first 50, as is in the middle of the pool Hamish Robson, Tom Urquhart and Brooke Briscoe, and also Aidan McKee. So Hamish Robson looking nice and long at the start here. As we're coming down to that 75, and we'll be coming up to that first 100 at the moment. And out relatively fast there, Hamish Robson out to 102.4. Now, it'll be really interesting to see what times he can hold now in these next 7 100s. So it's really important in these distance events is not to get too carried away too early with speed. It is free speed early on, but you want to get in that rhythm, keep the stroke nice and long. And then being able to maintain that stroke count and stroke rate for the next 700 metres. You can see Hamish there almost doing that catch-up freestyle, and that is almost like that in these distance events where one hand really sits out nice and far in front of the water as the other hand comes in. And so we're going to see what time he comes in here in this first 200. And so he's gone about a 106, 107 there in that second 100. So now be interested what he can maintain. Tom Urquhart there at a 213, so he's averaging about 106s, 105s as well. Brooke Briscoe at a 214, averaging about 107. Pretty dog fight though between Aidan, Tom and Brooke there for second place at the moment. We're coming down the 250 mark. And so we're going to see what Hamish turns in here at this 300 metre mark. Mind you, that second 100 was about a 106 pace. So he's coming down now. Let's see what he turns in here at this 300. It's about 106 again, 107 probably in that one. Probably about 107. So he has slightly dropped off a little bit from that second 100. He's going to try and now maintain that 106, 107 mark. Second and third there were Brooke and Tom turning in 324s, followed by Aidan McKee at 326. So these guys are sort of averaging now around about a 108 per 100. So we're at the 350 mark here now. And he does look to be increasing his lead here by about, he's out to about a 7-second lead here. And it's really tight though between second, third and fourth. And Sophie Jacker in fifth at 4:03, not too far off either, so she's still within striking distance of Brooke Briscoe. And so we're coming down to the halfway point now. And we're going to see what he turns in here, and he turns in about a 4:25, 4:26 in fact. So he's averaging about 108 per 100 now. That's on average. He's averaging about 108. 107, sorry. And these guys are averaging about 108. So 107 for Hamish, and these girls, Brooke, Tom, and Aiden averaging about 108 per 100. So coming out to the 450 mark. So as I said, these girls and boys averaging about 107, 108 per 100 here. So Hamish is going to want to maintain that 108 range there. He wouldn't want to let it drop out to sort of at 110, 109, 110 these next couple of hundreds. And Brooke Briscoe now starting to make a bit of a move away here. So Sophie Jack is second behind her. And Tom and Aiden are sort of having a bit of a fight. It looks like it might be Aiden in front of Tom now. There you go. He is averaging about that 108, 109. So that's at the 500 metre mark. We have 300 metres to go here for these guys. And Sophie Jacker is starting to just pull up alongside Aiden out there, but she's got a lot of room to try and catch up to Brooke Briscoe, who is well in front in the girls here. She's had a really strong meet, Brooke, and she's looking at another medal to the podium here. So Hamish here coming up to the 575 mark, and he'll be looking to come into this 600 mark and build this last 200, put everything he's got left in this last 200. He's coming into the 600, so he's turned in 644. So he is still averaging about that 107. He's got 175 metres to go. He can feel that finish line's not far off. You can see he's starting to bring the legs in a little bit more now. Sophie Jacker and Aiden alongside each other, pushing each other over there. In the middle of the pool here, Aiden McGee trying to play catch up with them. He's probably pulled away from Tom Urquhart. And so he's on his last 100 now, is Hamish Robson. His left foot starting to finish. It's been a really good 800 free. You can see him breathe up in front there. He's just having a look at how many laps he's got left. It is always a little bit more confusing short course compared to long course here. He's just got 75 metres to go now. You can see the legs are coming in. He's keeping the stroke nice and long. And he's getting the whistle now there. He's got the last 50. He's on the home straight. Good streamline. Look at that. He's bringing the legs in now. He's kicking hard. And Brooke Briscoe's on her final 50 as well now. Aiden also on his. And Hamish Robson there in an 8:56.78. He's gone under the 9 minutes there. That is a really fast swim in this 800 metre freestyle. Coming in second here, well, Brooke's going to take out the females here. She does in a 9:10.8. That's also a really fast time from her. And a bit of a battle over here between Aiden and Sophie. And so it looks like Aiden went 9:19.1. Yeah, I think Sophie was 9:18. And Pollard over there in a 9:28, and Oliver Moxon 9:27. So some really fast times, all under that 9:30 range, which is a great effort. And incoming the wall now, Annie Steele in 9:53. So she's also gone under that 10-minute mark. So a really fast final heat. It's been a jam-packed morning from the orange pool. We'll be combining into the big pool tonight for some finals, but that was our final event of the orange pool. So we'll leave you guys to it. And thanks for tuning in this morning. And we'll see you guys all here tonight for the final session of the Victorian State Age Championships. Thanks, guys, for tuning in.